Good morning, everyone. It's October 20, 2023, and 9:29 in the morning. Market is about to open, and I'm just finishing up my watch list. So for today, SPY is having a little bit of a pullback, or let's see, down by 0.11%. Same strategy today. Wait on the sideline. Wait until SPY gives us an easy move. Easier way to predict where the stock is heading is by waiting on the sideline. We're still going to be doing and using our 15-minute chart to set up an entry. So not planning to do any opening range breakdown today. All right, here it is. Market is now open. So let me share my other screen. So still finishing up my watch list. I'm watching coin. Coin is up by 1.7%, finishing up my levels here. Pre-market low, pre-market high is at 76.49. This one has a little bit of a pullback. Mara also up by 3.1. I do have the Benzinga as well on. I just muted for now, but yeah, looks like market also is having a pullback. So Mara, Tesla had been so weak for a couple of days now, especially yesterday. Yesterday there was this big drop right there. Let's see if it had found the bottom today, but that would just be hard to trade for now, considering that it had a huge move yesterday. So Nvidia, let's go back to Nvidia later. ENPH is a float of 131 million, so this is not a low float. If any, this is a good stock for an opening range breakdown. But if you can see the levels are still not the best setup. See what AMD is doing. AMD, let's see if it found a bottom. Not really. ES, I've been looking at ES, not ES, but SE for a while. SE is the one that's very weak. This is the one that I was waiting for. The good short right here happened at 44.8. Looking at the daily, look at how weak this one is. So if this one pops again to around 45, that will be a good place to short. But right now, the only thing with SE that you have to be mindful of is look at the volume. Volume now is 152 million. SE is being traded okay when it is at least around 2 million that's being actively being traded. Right now, we don't see that. So I wouldn't even trade this stock right now, just looking at the actively the volume at 160,000. So very low volume right now. Plug is down by 4.8%. 6.6 is the pre-market high. Pre-market low is at 6.33. Still going down here. And then SEDG is a float of 56 million. It's in short selling restriction under Interactive Broker. So you're only gonna get filled on an uptick. right, so that's SEDG. Next one. So yeah, we all have our levels now. AMD, let's see. AMD pre-market low 101.88, pre-market high 103. So anything else that we're missing? NVO, no volume. How about NEO? NEO 3.4. Oh, NEO just had a pop. So let's put the level in NEO. Pre-market, this is what we call all of the algorithmic trading. Look at how crazy that candlestick is. Those are the algorithms. So not retail traders, but just computers going back and forth, changing, giving liquidity to the market. Coin just lost that pre-market low. Mara is an inside bar. So once I put my level, what I do is look at my daily, see if there's anything that's, this one is an inside bar. Mara inside bar based on the daily. Tesla is still very weak. Yesterday was a big move, so it's hard to trade that now. Nvidia pre-market low 416. I don't really like this a high price stock, but we'll be watching. All right, so that's Nvidia. ENPH, nice. Look at this nice gap down. It is inside this level, our pre-market high, pre-market low. SEDG, also a very nice pre-market low. But look at how flat this candlestick is. What is this company? Short selling restriction, so be careful with that. Yeah, the 1 minute is just very flat. Let me switch it up to a 5 minutes. SEDG, Mara is moving. This one, we have a bottom right there a couple of days ago. SE volume is still not picking up in SE, so I'm not going to be trading SE, not until it has like million of volume that's actively being traded. AMD, did it find a bottom? This level right here tested a couple of times. This is the 4th day that level was tested. Looks like it did find a support. NEO doing nothing. Yesterday's candlestick is very tiny. And what about Apple? Apple looking weak here based on the daily. So pre-market low and then pre-market high all the way to the wick right here. That's 175. Okay. All right, so let's see. Now that we have placed our level, what I'll do is share my watch list. So the watch list that I am looking at is this. So watch list, coin, it is just playing around that level. Mara just bounced off of that pre-market low. Tesla is under the pre-market low. Nvidia is now is popping, the same as AMD. AMD is very active today. ENPH, very small movement here. Although small movement, you have to be mindful that it is a move of 96 to 101. So a spread of 25 cents. That's a big spread for this. So not interested with that. SEDG, getting a little bit of a support on that pre-market low. Strategy here, since this is a gap down, is A9 EMA, plug, doing nothing. SE, still low volume. AMD, getting interesting just because it has a lot of volume for million right now. What is Apple? Apple is still flat, still under pre-market high, pre-market low. So nothing really going on Apple. Looking at the scanner, taking a look if there's anything else that is active. Let's see. Just wanted to check if the recording is active. Okay. All right. So Apple doing nothing. Wow. So let's look at AMD together. All right. So this is what AMD is doing. AMD found the bottom at 101.69 and then now just shooting up. It is now up by 1.46, 1.48, very strong, but no trades to take for me. I missed that trade when it left, when it bounced off of that pre-market low. So let's see, how about ENPH? ENPH had a rejection right there. This is the one that has 25 cents of spread, so be very careful with this. But no open position yet. Still just watching. Let's see what SPY is doing. SPY is up, or sorry, it's down by 25 cents or 0.06%. Curling up now. All right, so let's look at the daily. How does the daily look? Yesterday is a second day of this a weak movement. It's now inside this bar. It can just retest the level or just break this pre-market low as well. So meaning it just can go either side. So we'll just be careful with this. All right, AMD encountering a little bit of that resistance right there. That is the body of this candlestick. But this one looks very strong. So the next resistance there is this. At this point, we just entered, it's 9:42. The market just opened. No time for any reversal. It's too early for reversal. SE. SE is not gonna be as fluid today because of the volume 262. So although it's very enticing to short this one once it reached the pre-market high, but without the volume, this is not gonna go as fluid, and trading will not gonna be as easy when there's no volume to support it. AMD created that first wick. So that one, first week created by AMD, yeah, looks like it's just having some consolidation. But look at the ask, still a lot of volume there, so still has some room for that to go. SPY is almost about to be closer to the pre-market high. So SPY is, starting to about to get green here. Neo 7.52, 7.77, just moving 25 cents. We're not gonna make money out of that, considering the commissions, not worth the time. So just looking at the watch list, ENPH. ENPH, although this one is nice, again, 25 cents of your spread, that will be really hard to enter this trade. you enter and you're already down by 25 cents just because of that big spread. So with the SPY trying to stay green, about to get green, let's look at what AMD is doing. So when that happens, what I do is I look at the SPY, see their daily, and which is among my watch list is almost similar. The daily chart almost similar with the SPY, also with the small movements with the 5, with the 15, which one has the most similar movement with the SPY. So AMD had found that bottom 4 days ago, or a couple of touches that 4 days. SPY doesn't look like that in the daily. And then AMD, look at this huge 15-minute candlestick. Wow, 101 to 104. Volume here was dying. The daily here. Now this can also just have a little bit of pullback, but how much of a pullback are we talking about? With the risks and probability, the pullback is not going to be as much compared to this move, so I wouldn't even take it to the short for now. Although the volume there is not supported when it was pushing up, so that means we are about to see some reversal here. But how much of the reversal are we talking about? Is it worth the commission? Not really sure. So just to be safe, I'll be at the sideline. Now looking at the SPY here, SPY just had a rejection as well at 426, and no wonder AMD as well is having a little bit of a resistance right here. Now, given that the SPY has a little bit of a resistance, SPY is not really in a great shape right now because it's at the VWAP. So if it's at the VWAP, you don't really know whether it's the VWAP is going to act as a support or resistance. So you're just going to get chopped. So let the dust settle. Let SPY figure it out what it wants to do. And then that's the time to enter a trade. So look at AMD. We were analyzing AMD earlier. We found a red candlestick there. It's very enticing to short that, but just like what I mentioned, how much of a pullback are we talking about? We don't know, but it's very risky. That's why I did not enter. And look at that. All those pullback just got bought as well. So we can find an easier trade than this. So not entering that trade. Mara created, while we were busy looking at AMD and SPY, look at Mara here, 8.21. So first, Doji right here. I don't like that there's a big wick right here. That means your risk is going to be too high for a stop loss. And SPY is, determined to be on the green side here. We just need 47 cents to be green for the SPY. And so far, all my watch list is, not as exciting. So, looking at if there's any other stuff going on in the scanner. This one pop. Bowl. What is this? No movements. This one is just 600,000 actively being traded. Float is 92 million. How does it look like in the daily? It's just moving. What's the ATR here? Or average true range? Oh, it's 11.42, 12. So right now it's just less than 60 cents. Couple of days, 11 and 10. Less than 50 cents. Not worth it. Alright, look at AMD. So that's the reason why you don't short anything at this point you don't do any reversal, I mean, at this time, because it's too early for any reversal. Reversal, I usually consider that if it's at around 11 or 12 later the day, but yeah, no reversal happening there. Plug. So since nothing is going on there, what I usually do is I will see if there's anything else. The usual suspect, Rivian. Let's see what Rivian is doing. Rivian is just getting hammered. Look at this sell off right here, and then now we're at 17. So yeah, let's just put level in Rivian. Nothing is moving anyway. Alright, so let me turn on as well Benzinga so you guys are able to hear that. Let me just try to make that just on the background. AMD created 5 minutes inverted hammer here. How does our daily look like? That's a big volume bar right there. SPY having a little bit of a pullback. I am gonna do a little bit of short at AMD here. Not the best spot to short. The best spot here was at 103.79. Just the volume bar there was huge, as well as the SPY having a little bit of a pullback. So got my short here. We're encountering here. I should have added to my position. SPY is at the VWAP. This short right here can also just be short-lived. Remember that we are at the VWAP, so that's a strong support there as well. So let's see if this is going to allow me to add to my position. I would like to add to my position on close to 103. Okay, good. See if I can add now a little bit more, 103.70. Okay, so I added to my position at that little bit of a pop right there. With that add of my position, 103.61 is my average cost there. Not the best. So my entry, let me put that as a pink one. Alright, so that is my entry. Stop loss here is 103.61, is just the high of the day. Thing that triggered me for this is this big volume bar right here. What else? And then it did encounter that strong resistance right there at that moving average. SPY having a little bit of a pullback here, struggling to have that VWAP, to have the VWAP as a support. So I'm gonna keep a closer look here. See, stop loss here is just that high of the day. So let's compute manually our okay. SPY is heading lower now, thinking of adding to this position. Would like to add if we get closer to 103.60, a little bit 103.70. So there's volume at 103.40. SPY is heading lower. I just added to my position there. So still stop loss here is 103.1. Oh my goodness, my numbers. 104.37. This can be a bit tricky just because SPY is heading lower, but AMD is not pulling back here. So, yep. So there can be some short squeeze happening as well. So that's why stop loss here is at 104.3637. So I'm going to be watching this closely. SPY, not a lot of volume here. This can also just be short squeeze. All those shorts, just like me, can just get short squeeze, so be very careful with this. So hands is on the trigger. If this one stop me out, then I am out of this trade. SPY is heading another leg down. Looking at the 5 minutes, 103.75, 72 here. So 103.77. Thinking of, should I add to my position? We do have some build up right here. SPY is just under some consolidation here, and let's see if I can add to that position. Stop loss here is still at the high of the day, which is 104.37. Just be very careful. This one can just easily get the shorts squeezed, especially with this big huge of a move right here. Yeah, buyers can just be in control of this too. So let's see here. SPY just lost the VWAP. What I don't like in AMD is, although SPY lost its VWAP, AMD is still just consolidating. So hence is on the trigger here. Next resistance is 104.08. 104.08. Let's see if it's gonna test that. That's the high of this wick. Okay, hands is on the trigger. If this is gonna stop us out, then we are out of this trade. Looking at, so this is the next support here, or resistance, which is the wick of that. Let's see how it will react at 104.07. SPY still having some pullback. AMD is still not having that pullback. So let's see if I was aggressive enough. This one can just go either way. Where is the NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA is the same as sector as AMD. Manufacturing, all those chips in the computer. So let's see here. We can't crack this support right here, 103.59. There is some big order sitting attached here, so that's very bullish. Let's see if that is not filled. Okay, at least we broke that support. NVIDIA still struggling here. Since NVIDIA is the same sector, just looking at that, look at how this one looks almost the same as AMD, the daily. So very, very small move. This is still can go either direction. Volume bar here was huge in that candlestick. That's why we were able to get at least a little bit of a glimpse that tide is turning. So now support here, the resistance that I'm looking at is at 104.03. If it breaks the resistance here at 104.09, then I will be out of this trade. I am even lowering down now my stop loss, just because if this one breaks these 104.08, then that's just a very big pop of a short squeeze, and I don't want to be part of that short squeeze there. So stop loss here now is at 104.15. SPY, come on. Having a pullback, AMD doing it so slowly. Okay, this is another confirmation. NVIDIA at least has this red candlestick, but 15 minutes NVIDIA is still strong. So we have to consider that NVIDIA 15 minutes is strong. NVIDIA, same sector as AMD. AMD just lost the VWAP there. SPY also is heading lower. This is could be a fake out here. Could just be some stop loss as well. Getting hit. So stop loss now here is at 104.13. So 104.13 here. 104.13 is the stop loss. I'm not even gonna be putting it here because, yeah, stop loss there. We can just head into a short squeeze for 104.15. So hands is on the trigger. If that is reached, then we are out of this trade.
Via Twitter says a source describes the Jordan meeting with holdouts like this. So it says a direct and precise meeting in which Jordan was told he will never be speaker. This group doesn't want
SPY.
They want Jordan to understand that he will not be the speaker.
Having some support there. I don't like that the volume bar here is dying. This can just be some forms of consolidation. $104.14 is our stop loss. NVIDIA having a little bit of a pullback. Very close to getting step out. Bunch of reds there. 95, 97. This is gonna go to 104. 694. SPY still heading lower. 104.14 is the stop loss. How's our volume here? Still bunch of consolidation. Struggling to have that level there. Bunch of orders sitting right here. This is the thing that I don't like about AMD. because a lot of retail traders are trading AMD now. So I used to have a cleaner moves before. AMD as well as Nvidia. Nvidia is having a pullback now. This is taking forever. Okay, next candlestick. It's a very bullish one. Very bullish 5 minutes candlestick there. Stop loss is still just about here, 104.13. Very close to getting stop out here. Okay. See, did it? 12.9. Had some rejection right there. 104.13 was the stop loss, but had some rejection at that level. So now we're at 104. Rejection, big rejection right there.
So the Finnish police says they will cooperate with the Chinese
103.93.
the role of the Chinese vessel that was nearby at the time.
Nvidia pulling back as well. Big rejection here. So stop loss was just a little above this, but I saw a big rejection in the tape. So let's see now if this one is ready for a drop. This one, that's a big volume bar right here compared to this when it's pushing down. SPY is about to test the pre-market low. Nvidia under consolidation as well. So let's look at Nvidia is about to touch the VWAP, so that's good. Consolidating and then VWAP. AMD is just killing me. Nothing going on here. But did you see how our resistance now is lower? Initially the resistance at 104. Now the resistance is just this wick right here. It tests that high of the wick. Those who had a stop loss right here got stop out. As soon as they got stop out, then we got that big rejection. SPY is weak. SPY is now down by 1.87. AMD still a laggard. Nvidia already decided that it's weak today. AMD hasn't. Wow, SPY just lost the pre-market low. And AMD is just consolidating. Coin also have a pullback as well as Mara. Come on, everyone is having a pullback except this AMD that I am in a position at right now. That's a lot of green sprint right there. 103.51. So let's look at the tape. Although I'm tempted to look at different stock, since my position is at AMD. Let's look at what AMD is going to do here. Okay, I need AMD to break the support. The support that we're trying to break off of is 103.31. Once we break off of that support, then we're golden. Because that support right there is the support as well in the 15 minutes. It's freezing today. So with the pullback the SPY did, AMD did not do a lot. That could also mean that AMD could be just a high or a strong stock today. So that's why I'm trying to see if there's any news that we can see. $10.19. There's some news, but it doesn't say. AMD news. AMD introduces new AMD Ryzen Threadripper, so new microchip, I guess, that came out today at 9 in the morning. And let's see, 10:19. Oh, that was yesterday. Okay, yesterday AMD had a news. This is a huge volume bar here. Bunch of orders here though. So we can just be stuck under consolidation here. So yesterday, AMD had a news about a new microchip, ultimate workstation, blah blah blah, but nothing today, only in the 19. So this is the kind of trade that you cannot just walk away from your station, which I also don't recommend just walking away from the station, especially when you're in the middle of the trade. Just because even if you have your stop loss there, sometimes you cannot have that feel. So not the best feeling when you have a stop loss and it went against you and you did not have your fill. So slowly moving here, not as quick as I wanted to, but since there's nothing really going on with other stocks, then let's just get this let's just watch this. Now SPY, look at the SPY already had a dump. AMD, come on. Alright, so AMD is working nicely here. Would like to have more move. That is the support that I was waiting for this to break off of 103.27. Come on. But look at how big this wick is. That is just very hard for day traders like us to trade that very big of a move. So with my adding, my average cost is at 103.61. So still I'm green here, but expecting a little bit of a move, especially now that Nvidia already had a pullback. Nvidia is now down by 0.14%. AMD is down, well, not down, but initially was up by $1 or more, but now we're down by less than that dollar or more. So it already had a pullback of around 75 cents. So we have a support right there, that is the moving average. SPY still heading lower. SPY would want to have SPY touch the support right here. If we touch the support, next support is this. With this big volume bar yesterday, it looks like it has a momentum for this one to still head lower because the momentum was there when it was pushing down. So here, what 15-minute trader would do is, if they see that, oh, we just lost this support right here, this support right here was acting as a strong resistance as well, at the pre-market, that was the pre-market high. So there could be some shorts who's coming in now right here at 103.31, although that is a bit late of a short for us who shorted this one at 103.62 or 61. We are in a very good position. So that's why I am just waiting for this one to give us a little bit of a move before taking some partial. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia already had that nice move, encountered that support right there. Moving average. AMD, looking at the 15 minutes. The giveaway here with AMD was this inverted hammer at the 5 minutes, and then with that 5 minutes, comparing it to the 15, look at the 15, looking very overextended there from 101 all the way to 104 with just one candlestick when SPY is heading lower. So some stocks right here can also sympathize with that, and now we're below this moving average. So now yeah, this one have given us a good move, but let's wait for more move because this one, the where's my pen, volume bar here is starting to pick up. Volume bar is starting to pick up when we're pushing down, and this one lower low lower high, so trend is still lower low lower high. As what we have seen here, bunch of consolidation, expect those bunch of consolidation here as well. So I'll let that consolidate. We're now back to $1. Expect this one to consolidate between this level right here. Those who were short at this level getting the short squeeze here. So once the short squeeze happen, they don't find the momentum for this to still go up, then we can have another leg down. So you see now how big how quick is the rejection. Initially, the consolidation here took a couple of candlesticks before it decided to lose this support, but now just that little bit of a pop, we already encountered that resistance, and it already just with one candlestick had that wick. Now looking at SPY did find that S3 as a support there, which is right here. SPY is down by 2.5. That can also just be enough, move for the downside for the SPY. We don't really know, but what we see here, that's why it's very important that you like to watch what your current stock is doing, is because every time now that we get to pop, we have that huge resistance. It got rejected all of a sudden with that wick right there. So that means that a lot of long are jumping into this trade, and now we are working to, or this stock is working to break that support at 102.93. So let's see, is there any other easy trade? Nvidia struggling here, but also have lost that resistance, or that support now becomes a resistance. This is now the support right here. AMD, found a support right there, that moving average. Tesla still very weak. Apple also had a little bit of a pullback, but looks like it is having that pre-market low as a support. This is the other leg down that I was waiting for AMD. So we only traded this stock today, and it looks very good. SPY still playing at S3. This one, that was a huge bounce right there as well at 102.91. Big order sitting here at the bid, so that's very bearish. Let's see the volume bar. Volume bar is just less than 1 million. Can just have some bunch of consolidation here. This one can also just act as a support too. Let's look at the daily further. So with the daily, what I can see here is for the past 2 days, it had been testing that support. Actually 3 days testing that support every day for the past 2 days. We ended up red. Volume bar is there, although not as big compared from previous ones, but it is trying to support that level 101.88. Now, being short, the best scenario here is if we break that support. That would be the best, but will it happen? We don't know. We just base it from, the minute movements of the chart or the candlestick. Let's see Nvidia, what did it do? Inverted hammer here. Did we find a support here with Nvidia? I'm not really convinced that is the support in Nvidia. AMD, the next support that we're trying to break off of is 102.92. So do we have the volume as well as the tape in the level 2 to support that? 103.0506. The lowest one that we have here is 102.92. Bunch of orders sitting right here, 102.95. So we're still gonna have some consolidation at that level right there. Now, is it wrong to take some partial here? Not at all. Every time you take some partial, it's money that you put it in your pocket. So nothing wrong with that at all. So once you find that there is a reversal move, then that's for me to take some partial. So the next resistance here is this pre-market high, 103.32. Let's see if it's gonna act as a strong resistance. But look at that rejection right there. It just went to this resistance and the big rejection. Surge of sellers came in. Okay, how many minutes to close this one? Less than 2 minutes. Let's see how it will react in this pre-market high. Nvidia is just still consolidating. Those who were short here, 103.31, have a 40 cents move already. what I'm waiting for is to break the support here at 102.94, which, yeah, this one looks weak. So we're testing again that support, 102.92. It's gonna go to 102.90. Look at those surge of orders here, 98. Just need this one. There's a bunch of orders here to break off of that. SPY is also looking weak. SPY is not able to get that support at S3. Nvidia is also looking weak here. So looking at SPY here, did not able to defend that support at S3 here, still heading lower. AMD. So with AMD, still haven't had any partials left, or sorry, haven't had any partial at all yet, just because it still is heading lower. 15 minutes is still weak. So now what I would like for AMD to break off of is 102.86. Nvidia is also very weak, so that's giving us another support here. Look at this one, looking very weak. Okay, AMD here. That support is being defended, 102.87. Alright, just wanna pick up this phone call. I'll be right back. Okay, so we just created a new low, or not new low, low is here, but we broke that support. Okay, SPY heading lower still. Nvidia as well. Nvidia, wouldn't be surprised if it tests the low of the day here. So low of the day with Nvidia is that level. Low of the day for AMD is this pre-market low at 101.84. Now are we gonna go there without any struggle? No, it's not. It's gonna try to consolidate, do its, what stocks do, which is consolidate, then find its place. Otherwise, it's gonna be too easy for us to trade. So let's see, 27. It has 3 minutes before this one closes. 102.79. Bunch of orders here. We just do one text here. Right, so 102.79. Now our exit plan here is once we see a reversal in the 5 minutes, then we will be out of this trade. Apple have a new low of the day. Nvidia about to test the low of the day. So what this thing will do, this is my thesis here. What this thing would like to do is to shake out the shorts. Like it's not short anymore, but what it'll do is It'll shake out the shorts. All who were shorts will get step out here, and then it will drop again. That's the thesis. Let's see if the thesis is gonna be right. Then 103.15. Look at how bunch of red prints is happening in this tape. It's just very weak. So it's probably not gonna even give us that struggle to consolidate, and this one is just gonna go lower. Ice is hurting. Nvidia is about to test the low of the day. That was a support right there. It's a surge of support that came. What support are we doing here? Look at the volume bar here, not a lot with that hammer. But yeah, that can also be a sign of reversal. Let's see. Our new exit now here is at 103.31. So if we retest this one, 103.31 all the way up here, if we retest that, wow, that's the time to exit. Look at that. Just surge of sellers came in. SPY as well is selling off. So we have a very good, wow, support is already being broken. That was quick. Wow. Nvidia is about to test the low of the day. Low of the day is this week for 1774. AMD, come on. That was a good drop right there. SPY is still heading lower. No turning back here from SPY. Look at that. So that's helping this AMD as well. This one, not a lot of volume bar there. That means those who were short were just covering. So now that little bit of the thesis that we have that, it will consolidate then drop. Now it's happening. Consolidate then drop. So just one trade here and we're up more than our goal. So not a bad trading day. Oh wow, Nvidia created a new low of the day. New low of the day for Nvidia. Down by $4. Just broke this. I like seeing that because that is the same sector as AMD. So wow, AMD gave us that move. Okay, so let's take some partial. Let's not get too greedy here. Okay, took some partial with AMD. AMD still has some room to move here. AMD still has, let's see, 102.51. It's a big move right there. So some profit takers. There's a little bit of a bounce there. SPY looks like, yeah, it's done heading down. This is the key to know when it's done heading down is this big volume bar right here. So SPY looks like it had exhaust its buyers or sellers, I mean. It's so hard to say stuff when you're analyzing a chart and being in a trade. Okay. If this one goes higher than this, then we're out of this trade. Still has some room to go down here. SE heading down. That was okay. So out of that AMD, still have some position here left. Okay, let's see if that one was the move. SPY definitely is done heading lower for now, of course. So with that, let's see if we can find any reversal here. Nvidia found a new low of the day. ENPH. AMD already gave us that nice move. SPY just found a new 5 minutes. So let's see. Now is it right to do along with AMD? Let's think about it, because AMD had been weak. Although SPY found a support, it would be hard to get that thesis as well with AMD, because all throughout AMD was just weak. So let's just find, let's see if there's really enough evidence for us to do a reverse trade here. SPY looking strong now. What else is looking strong? Okay, coin looks like it had exhaust its sellers as well. AMD still heading lower. We have some positions left in AMD. Nvidia still heading lower, and AMD. This is the time where you get to think like, oh, I should have kept more position with AMD. Tesla is just looking weak as well. Wow, what a fake out with SPY. What a fake out. Look at this. It's a hammer. And then after that hammer, now it's still heading lower. Dang. One other thing that looks interesting before is Amazon. Let's see what Amazon is doing. Amazon still heading lower as well, just like SPY, just like everything else. Okay, let's go back with AMD. Ouch. Tesla. At the 5 minutes, Tesla looks like it had exhausted sellers. Just big wicks though. That would be so hard to trade. Look at SE. SE was the weak one, but not a lot of volume, but still managed to give that move. Amazon weak. Coin. Let's see. Gonna start a small position in coin to the long. Okay, so long position in coin. So coin, let's see. what is my entry? 74.91. Not the best entry there. Best entry is at the top of this hammer right here. Wow, AMD still heading lower. As well as SPY. The thing about trading 5 minutes is it is not as exciting as, of course, a lower time frame because there's not a lot of movement there, but at least you get time to digest things, time to digest movements. Stop loss here is just low of this candlestick, 74.48. So let's put that. Don't like that there's not a lot of volume with this pushed up. So let's just give it some time. AMD is still weak. SPY was such a fake out for the long, but then it had that dump. So 46, ready to be out of this trade. 41. So not the best entry with small position, 91. $53, $51, $53. $47. Hands is on the trigger to get out of this trade. 48. My goodness, not a lot of liquidity here, and like okay, I'm out of this trade right here. That did not work. Okay, out of that trade, so that was a loss right there, but AMD we still have some small position there. So AMD is still heading lower. Dang, why did I make that difficult and not just stick with AMD all the way? So what I find interesting here is pi is heading lower for the past 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 hour, 1 hour and 15. Let's look at the 5 minutes. 5 minutes here. That's a big volume bar here when it's pushing up. So SPY can start to slow down in dumping. So that's what I'm waiting for. Uh, Obviously, right now it's still heading lower. So, but that's the thing that's at the back of my head. Like this one looks overextended. How long will this last, right? We do have a support right here. Looking at the daily, support there is 420. So if we get there, that would be a very strong support. Back to AMD, still have some position open here. Plug. Wow, look at that. This is amazing. This is getting exciting because the shorts now looking very overextended. This is what I like seeing. Let's buy, we touch the support, and then have a little bit of a bounce. Okay, AMD here now. Looking like having a little bit of a bounce. Some just partial profit takers there. Coin is messing up with me. Now coin is bouncing. I'm waiting for SPY to find a support, and then from there we can start trading to the long. All right, so SPY having another consolidation here, 5 minutes. Support there is that moving average. AMD still heading lower. We still have some positions left there with AMD. SE getting a bounce. Nvidia still heading lower, so that's what's gonna happen to AMD as well. Neo, plug, Amazon. Rivian. This is really getting exciting. Everything looks very overextended. SPY looks overextended. AMD as well as Nvidia. Look at Nvidia here. We turn on the news. Do we have a news? What's going on? So I haven't even heard the news, but we're just doing out of technical support and resistance here. This one is very enticing here. Down by 1.4%. How much of a move are we expecting for this to do? 1 million now. 1 million. This can pretty much still has some leg down. Apple just have a wick right there. So now I'm laser focused on what to see, what to do once we find a support. Which one has the strongest support and which one can we do long? AMD had been very good to us. Have we rode this all the way down here? Still has some positions left. Okay, SPY now have found this support S4. Seeing that support, look at what Apple is doing, found that support as well. AMD, I am thinking of closing a position here and doing a long, but that is if Nvidia have stopped going down. Nvidia is still heading lower. So Apple have found a support there. About to close a position here. Look at this one, how close we are there. So okay, let's see if an AMD is gonna still has leg down here. Bunch of orders sitting here at the bid. Nvidia is still heading lower. So we're dying position, volume here is dying when we're pushing down. Okay, exit all my position here. SPY just had a leg up here. Strong, not a lot of volume though. So we have to consider that. That can just be another fake out here. I'm all out with my AMD trade. All out, but look at this one. Looks like this one. Wow. So what I'm looking at AMD now, we just traded AMD to the short, able to capture it 103 all the way down to 102.29. Still heading lower, looking very overextended. We look at the daily. Daily have been having this support, very strong support at 101.83. So 101.83, that's here, which is this pre-market low. It is about to touch that pre-market low. It will break that pre-market low, but I'll be interested in seeing how AMD will play out as a long eventually. Eventually, we don't know when is that gonna happen. The thing that we know of is this is looking overextended here. So looking overextended, SPY having a little bit of a support there. 101.8, we had some buyers stepping in there. That's why we had some surge of buyers coming in. Nvidia also have a S4 as a strong support. SPY looking like it is founding a support as well. 102.7, 0.8, 0.6. So now my bias is now on the high side. I am thinking of longing. So I just entered long AMD. Tight stop loss there, just gonna be below the pre-market low. So let's see here, that's a little bit of a high risk, just because yeah, we're still, you know, in that position of a downtrend. At the same time, this one has a very strong support there. Know that that support can easily be broken as well. So we have to really watch out and have a tight stop loss there. So tight stop loss is just below the low of the day, which is 101.81. 102.13. It's my entry there. Okay, so stop loss is 101.8. That's 102.13 is the entry there. Now that I put in the level here, let's clear up some level. So stop loss here is just, that's a lot of volume here. It's just below the low of the day. See if it's gonna defend that level. 101.65 is the low of this candlestick here. That's a lot of volume bar right there. This can still not be done heading lower. So new stop loss here, 101.75. This having that support at 101.86. SPY just had another leg down, 338. So hands is on the trigger here. One. Okay, I'm out of that position. Still not done, heading lower. So yeah, that one is still not done, heading lower. So out of that, needed to give back some of the profits there, totally fine. Okay, so now what support do we have here? Wow. All right, hold on, just gonna answer this call. All right, so AMD is still heading lower. So the support here, AMD is right there, still is weak. So what I'm looking at, wow, look at that. It's AMD. When is AMD gonna find a support? SPY haven't found any support yet. AMD looks very weak. Still has bunch of orders at the bid at 101.40. So let's see what support did we encounter there. Daily had been okay. So thinking of entering long here with AMD. Okay, entered long AMD here. To my position. So for my long here, what is my entry? 101.74. Where is that? 101.74 is the entry. Looking at the SPY had big surge of buyers right here. Now is the tide turning, or those are just, or is it just a legit pushed up? So we'll see. That's very reassuring here. Big volume here. Nvidia consolidating. Apple also found the bottom. Hold on. So Apple found the bottom. Let's see if AMD did as well. AMD, what can happen here is this can pretty much also just break that support right there. So we have a very tight stop loss here. Tight stop loss is just the low of the day, 101.43. Volume bar is, let's look at the 5 minutes here. So stop loss 101.43. 1 minute here, just struggling. So stop loss here is this level. SPY have found the support. Support here in SPY is that moving average there, though not really so convinced that that's a strong support. Volume bar is dying when we're pushing down. Still a bunch of orders sitting here though. We have to consider that at the bid. Sorry, just texting. Okay, so that is our entry right there. Playing that excellent. The good thing about a short though is look at how quick this move is. We were able to capture that move for the short. For the long, it's not going to be this sudden of a pushed up. It will struggle, it will have consolidation. That's why, yeah, I think for me, I'm a bit a short bias just because for a short, once you capture that drop, it's just going to be more dramatic or more sudden, more abrupt compared to the long. Long will take forever for retail traders to really act on that trade and really be confident that it is now a long bias versus a short. So it takes some time for the momentum for the long. Uh, but this one is working very nicely. Look at the volume bar here. That is the support that we want to see. Also Apple here looking like it had found a support there in the 5 minutes especially. Look at this one. You have the first white candlestick here. AMD as well. You have the first white candlestick here. Volume bar start to pick up as soon as we break off of that resistance, and we're sitting nicely here in that good trade. This did not work, so this one was a loss here, but we were able to capture this move here. So yeah, I don't like coin was the loser of the day here, but that's why I did not want to touch this one. It's just a waste of time. AMD here looking very nice. So what I noticed with AMD is once it touched around 100, there's a bunch of either retail traders or investors willing to invest in this stock. It is a good stock. It is a very solid company. It has a float of 1.5 billion, and let's see, manufacturing company. My computer is AMD, and they do have a lot of good products, those microchips. So yeah, pretty solid. And talking about solid, this is a solid trade right here. Entry here, 101.73, and it had never looked back. So expect some consolidation there. That is a moving average. So yeah, let's just give it some time to consolidate. Alright, so aside from this, are there any other trades that is easy enough to do? Oh my gosh, it's freezing. Alright, so since we are doing good on this trade, let's see if I can yeah, let me just do a one quick call here. Let me just mute my mic so I can have a quick call. little bit of a struggle right there, and that moving average. AMD. This is what I'm talking about. When you're doing long, it gives you such a hard time for that move to happen. Unlike for a short, look at the short, it's just so clean. For long, expect some consolidation to happen there. That's just how it is. Paper hands. Those who are long, just a little bit of a move, start to take some partials. Let's see, SPY struggling there with that moving average as well. Oh, come on. But yeah, we have a good entry here, so let's just wait for it to consolidate. It will consolidate. It'll figure it out what it wants to do eventually. Wow, look at this. So same sector, Nvidia, massive dump. Big move. Big candlestick right here, pushing up. So though AMD right here is having a little bit of a, not just a little, but a big pullback right here. Those who were long here are feeling it. SPY is also having that big pullback, so thank you, SPY. That is my entry right there. Let's see if it is just stopping out all those long or having those stop loss filled. Okay, bunch of orders sitting right here. SPY just had a dump. Do we have a news? Let's see. Support came in there. This is where it gets interesting. Stop loss got hit. Now it's ready to move up. Look at the wick. So that was another opportunity to add to that position. Those who are aggressive enough could have added to that position. I did not, so I keep looking back and forth at the SPY. But yeah, this one is looking good. SPY as well. Have just that little bit of a fake out. Let's see. Yeah, bunch of consolidation here. Volume bar is not there, so expect some consolidation to happen. MT is down by 0.55%. Alright, what is an easy trade? Coin is such a garbage here. Stop me out. Massive dump here and then moved. Yeah, that will be so hard to catch. Nvidia heading higher. Also had that dump right there, but got bought and now still heading higher. Alright, so yeah, we have a long position here in AMD. Let's just wait and see what this one is gonna do. But so far, it was a nice day. Is SPY really just gonna be consolidating at this point? this is the reason why being a day trader is really, really exciting and gives you that opportunity. Like, look at this SPY. SPY had that move of $3.60. If you're a swing investor, you wouldn't make money out of that. If you're a day trader, you make money out of that. And that's why we like those moves, because those moves, those news gives some movement, some volatility, a drop, a pop. We'll take that. We can make money out of that. As long as you have, our entry here was pretty solid. We saw this inverted hammer. So we started building up our position, and partial right here. And then I did flip my position to the long. I got step out, and then now I entered long again. So right now I'm sitting comfortably in this position, working very nicely. It had a little bit of a drop, but I saw some buyers coming in. So stop loss here is still the low of the day, 101.42. What I see here is SPY's doing nothing, but Nvidia has that nice V reversal, a little bit of a V there, V here. So AMD, what AMD did was some consolidation here. Nvidia, not as much consolidation before it dropped. So looks like AMD is a little bit of a laggard compared from Nvidia. So I'm willing to wait. There's no rush in this trade. All right, so let me just do another phone call. Stop loss here is still the low of the day. SPY is having another leg down, so we have to consider that. Stop loss here is at 101.43. SPY testing the low of the day. Can just be stuck with consolidation here as well. Look at the volume bar here. Don't have a lot of volume. What time is it? 11:18. SPY the same thing, not doing a lot. Another rejection there at 101.88. See what the 5 minutes looks like. about to test another leg down here. Let's put our hands on the trigger here. Close a position if it touched that 101.44. SPY now created a double bottom. So SPY creating a double bottom, another rejection with SPY. Expect a lot of consolidation to happen here. Okay, interesting enough, what Apple did, consolidation and then drop. So is our AMD as well as Nvidia just a laggard of that consolidation and drop? We have to take into consideration in what Apple did, consolidation and drop. SPY now consolidating here, testing the support, about to break that support. So AMD now looking not as bright, just because Apple is making new lows. Nvidia just consolidating here though, so let's give it some time to consolidate. But based on what Apple is doing, SPY is doing, we still have that tight stop loss here at 101.41. Have to consider this as well. Look at how this one is dying as well, the momentum when it's going down. But that's not a lot of volume. So that means there's not really a lot of bulls stepping in to this trade. Now this is the thing that I like about stocks versus doing options. Options, you can pretty much make a lot of money as well, but if you're stuck with a consolidation, that can also affect your trade. With stocks, be stuck in a consolidation, and as long as your thesis is still valid, you're totally fine with this. This can just consolidate the whole day as long as it's not going into that support that where my stop loss is, then I'm still going to be in this trade. Apple heading another leg down, Nvidia consolidating. Let's see. This is also one of the important thing of getting a good entry. Since my entry here is at 101.73, I am still green on this trade even with this consolidation. But imagine if you went long using, I don't know, this candlestick right here, then you're down and you're feeling the pain right now. But since this is my entry, I'm still green on this trade and have some room for this one to consolidate. So Apple, wow, Apple is just so weak. 175, 172, look at that. SPY, same thing, heading another leg down. if that is the case, then let's see if Nvidia looking weak. We're still under this consolidation with AMD. Bunch of asked at that, yeah, which is very bullish. Oh, my eyes are tired. So, ask, we have bunch of orders sitting there. Apple heading lower. That could also be pulling the SPY. Volume bar is there. Let's give it some time to consolidate. I'll be more comfortable with this trade if Apple stops heading lower. Apple is just, oh my goodness, Apple, find a support already. Jeez. Okay, I don't know if Apple has a news. I have no time to read it for now because I'm in this position. But SPY is having a new low of the day. So despite that, AMD is keeping its support. 101.9. Oh my goodness. Apple is... They don't have news. But they're dumping. AMD, okay. This can also just be a laggard that, yeah, Apple is pulling back. AMD could be as well. Nvidia is having some consolidation here. This thing has another leg down. Interesting enough, this is a huge volume bar right here. Alright, so let's see AMD, watch this closely, and let's look at the price action. Is the support getting defended? 101.74 is the support right now. Every time we touch that, at least some buyers are stepping in. 101.76. SPY have a new low of the day. How low is the SPY today? Down by $4.30. Dang, look at this move. SPY needs to defend this. Okay. Come on, Apple. Find the support already. Okay. Big order sitting right there. Look at that. 60,000 shares waiting to get filled. Okay. AMD having that pullback again. Same thing with Nvidia. Nvidia is having some pullback, but it hasn't tested that low of the day yet. SPY, did it find a support? Still that moving average there. Apple, looks like at least some buyers step in. We cannot really tell yet if that's legit buyers versus those who were just short covering their position. It will be based on the volume, which right now it still is yeah, not done. So 411 was the new low of this, and then buyers stepped in. Look at how low the volume now is. We're heading to almost lunchtime. So expect some bunch of consolidation to happen here. All right, back to AMD. AMD having that, about to break that support. 101.59 is the next support. Trying to scan as well my watch list. Are there any other easier trade? This one looks like it's about to retest this level, 101.42. SPY just created a doji in the 5 minutes, so that means it can just either can go either direction. Look at Apple now. This is there a lot of volume? If was a lot of volume, that can be a good long, but let's see, 175, 172, that's a 250. Yeah, that's a good thing there. It's a 5 minutes. How does our 15 minutes looks like? 15 minutes, you have the wick there. So this can be a stop loss, 172.62, entry 172.92. You're risking like 30 cents for that move. Not a bad move there, or not a bad let's see, not entering a position because I have a position in AMD, but let's see if this is gonna defend that entry. So entry here is good entry at 172.89 to the long, stop loss 172.60. So 30 cents. 2 times of that is just 60 cents. So 90. Yeah, that's a good risk to reward ratio right there, and looks like, yeah, it's already moving. So that's how you get to see a potential entry. You get to see like, oh, a big sell off with Apple. Apple has down by 2.53. Yeah, so let's look at AMD. AMD is just a bunch of consolidation right here. Okay, what I like seeing is that Nvidia, same sector as Apple, looks like it was able to defend that support. Although AMD is still struggling. Let's just give it some time. Volume is not there, so that consolidation is expected. On the 15 minutes though, that red candlestick has not a lot of volume there. Right here. Tesla is still heading down. Let's see, Apple, if our thesis is can be defended. That's a big volume right there. That's very bullish. 304, so that's 30,000. This is the time of the day that I don't like trading because the volume dies. It's a lunch break, and yeah, there's not gonna be a lot of movements. So I guess nothing to do but be patient. Tesla is heading another leg down. They're really killing Tesla. Alright, so stop loss here is at 101.40. 3 is this, so let's give it some like 101.40. The one that looks good is no, although not a lot of volume yet, but Apple just needs to back it up. But yeah, there's a big order here, so that can be a good potential for a long. So let's see here. Okay, gonna start a long position here in Apple. Wow, look at that rejection right there. I haven't put in my hotkeys yet, and there's a big rejection. So SPY is heading higher, but Apple had that rejection. Is that the last leg down? What does it look like in the lower time frame? Wow, big volume. Big volume there. Look at that. But it got defended. SPY heading up. Apple still looking weak. AMD consolidating. SE found that moving average 1.5 million now. Every time it has that pop, just got that drop as well. Apple, that level got defended. Okay. Thinking of, let's see how the 1 minute look like. Okay, looks like all the stop loss got hit here. Don't like that it's consolidating in that range. Okay, let's just go back with AMD here. Interesting enough, this one is still lower than this. So we're making a very, very small progress here. Look at how small that progress is. Very small progress, very slowly. And again, that's the reason why I like the short better. Short is more abrupt than the long. Apple here. Okay. Thinking of doing a long here in Apple. Let's do that. Okay, so went long Apple. Stop loss here is this 172.57. Look at that. Just because there's a level right there, it had been defended, and right at the I just entered and it has that pop. Now, not a lot of pop, obviously, but the thing that triggered me to do that is look at the ask. There's a big order sitting right there, 2900, or yeah, you add 2 zeros there, so 29,000 there. I hate this freaking SPY. SPY just had another rejection here, 422.5. Bunch of consolidation. AMD still looking good. Apple, a bunch of orders sitting there. Okay, added to that position in Apple just because SPY just had a little bit of a pullback, but buyer stepped in. So as that pullback happened, big orders here, I went and added to my position. Tesla looks like it had found a bottom as well. It's about time. Look at this. That bottom right there is, what support are we looking at here? VWAP in the daily. Yeah, but I'm into open position right now, so I'm okay with this. Look at this Apple. So we were able to capture Apple just because of that giveaway. You have an oversold right here. You have a hammer right here. You're just risking 30 cents here, and it's now have moved pretty quickly. So 90. So now you're already 1-to-1. This one already have touched that 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. The volume now has surged up, so this one still has some room to go. Tesla as well. Tesla now with this hammer. Although you look at the daily on Tesla, Tesla's daily is weak. So how much of a pop are you expecting here? Not a lot. So if you're thinking of going long there, which I wouldn't recommend, it's not as promising as Apple, just because Apple has that bunch of consolidation in the daily, have that strong support, and that's why there is a pop right there with surge of buyers stepping in. AMD as expected, as what we have been talking about for the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 minutes, that it will consolidate. And sure enough, that's what it's doing. But we're green on this, so let's just keep it. Apple also green here. So yeah, no need to exit here. Working nicely. Another thing about here, look at the plug trade, look at the surge of buyers entering here. This can be a potential for a long. The only thing that I don't like about this is 6.42, 6.15. We're just talking about less than 50 cents move. Bit of rejection there. That one was the moving average. That's expected. That's why we needed to have a very good entry, which is this. So entry here is at 172.94. This, since I added to my position, stop loss is this level right here. AMD, kind of like a waste of time now, but AMD gave us a good move to the downside. So yeah, we're not gonna be too hard on AMD. Let's give AMD some chance and some time. Nvidia, look at this, very nice double bottom. Look at that. This is lower than this, so the trend is still there. So if that's the one that's happening in the almost the same sector as AMD, then AMD do have some potential. Apple is working very smoothly, very nicely here. We have that long at 172.94. It already moved more than 25 cents. It's already a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio. Still has some potential here. So let's skip this trade. Tesla with that hammer right there. Yeah, could have moved. But just like what I was saying earlier, how much of that pushed up are you expecting? It looks weak on the daily. That's why I did not want to touch that. And look at that, a huge reversal, or a huge, not reversal, but rejection. Okay, AMD, bunch of consolidation again, bunch of nothing. Apple, looking good. Now, if I don't have an AMD trade that I am in, then that little bit of a pullback right here could have been a good place to add. But since I'm on AMD, I'm just keeping my position, original position here. AMD, let's see. All right, so this candlestick still has, what is that, 45, 1 minute before it closes. Okay, 101.57 is the support that we're talking about here. Is it gonna go to that support? SPY at least found a support for now. Less than 30 minutes before this one closes. What I would like for this to do is not test the support at 101.58. If it tests the support at 101.58, that makes this trade a little bit risky because that means it keeps testing that support. That means it is a little bit on a weaker side. So at least that still is a higher high, higher low. Or still is like this, right? So thesis is still valid. Just give it some time. Okay. And Apple working nicely here. Look at the 15 minutes there. We were able to time it because of that consolidation there. This one was a little bit of oversold. 175 all the way to 172, $3 move from Apple, and bunch of support right there in the daily. And the giveaway there was, look at this, it still is waiting to get filled. So that's very bullish. 30,000 shares waiting to get filled. Why would you not jump in there? And that's why when I saw that at this time, which is at 11:35, that's where I entered it. So I entered it. As soon as I entered, boom, massive move. Well, not really massive, that's very strong word, but that move right there was just enough for us to have a comfortable position here. Now this is just about to break that moving average, which it will, because this one is just waiting to get filled. If SPY supports us with that thesis and this SPY have that curl up, then because that's the next resistance there, then yeah, this trade will be good. Our AMD as well as our Apple. So let's see, Apple working nicely here, as well as AMD. But oh, thank you. So now there you go. AMD have that pop, but no follow through. Apple, our thesis is good. SPY, we have 1147. Look at that move. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at that. I don't think there's any other easier trade than this. It's just so clean. This thing's making me excited here. All right, we're about to break that resistance, that ceiling. A bunch of orders here at the bid, so it's still gonna be consolidating. So not as exciting as Apple, but now look at SPY. SPY is getting spicy. SPY have that, oh my goodness, doji. SPY has that doji. It's so hard to talk quickly when you're looking at all four different charts. So you have the doji. SPY at least now have found the bottom of 421, which is that moving average there. So yeah, getting spicy there. This one found that now the new support is that moving average. No reason to exit this trade. This one is working very nicely. SPY, look at that. 1 minute. Surge of buyers. Finally, they have to defend this. They cannot just drop the market like, the SPY cannot just drop like $5 or $6. Are you kidding me? If they do that, investors will be so scared and they're going to be dropping their position. So they have to defend that ADR or that average through range. That's why you expect that fluctuations, and that's from that fluctuations we make money out of it. There you go, AMD. Good. Now we are being backed up by the movement of the SPY. Some resistance there. Apple, very nice here. No need to exit. We only exit at the sign of reversal. AMD, boom, look at that. Beautiful. What a beauty. So yeah, so far we traded AMD, Apple, coin. Coin is a disaster, but I did not want to touch this. As soon as I saw how flat this thing is, got stopped out here, did not want to be involved with that. There's so many other stocks that are more interesting. One of them is AMD. So we traded AMD to the short and to the long. And look at this pop right there. Awesome. So we just made a new resistance right there. Oh my goodness, Apple having a little bit of a pullback. That's the last thing that I need right now. With that pullback, still is very, very good. Let me just answer this phone call. Mom is calling. One sec. All right, so was just talking to mom. All right, look at this AMD. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. This is the move. Wow. So is it wrong to take partials? Not at all. We're heading to VWAP. So that's what I'm gonna do now. Let's take some partial. Not wrong to take some partial there. Okay, still has some room there. What's Apple doing? Apple is consolidating. Wow, look at that surge. That's so amazing. Now the volume bar is picking up. Oh my goodness, the 15 minutes, look at this. Wow, that's so cool. All right, Alright, SPY having a bit of a pullback. I don't like that pullback, so trying to get those money in my pocket. So let's see, 102.55 SPY. What are you doing? Having pullback. Took some partial. What else here? So of course now it's surging up still. But yeah, that was a big of a move. So did not want to, oh my goodness, even Apple now is great. Wow, this is the best time to be a day trader. Nvidia curling up, Tesla is curling up. We were looking at this earlier. Oh wow. Apple, it's not wrong to take some partial with Apple as well. Take some partial with Apple. Why not? It's giving us that move. And then AMD, yeah, why don't we take some partial, take some more out there. So that's a rejection right there. So let's see. All right, let's just close that. Apple, what are we doing? This one, bunch of consolidation. So let's just see what this thing is gonna do. All right, wow, look at this. After we seller position, look at the pullback. Now, will I short this? No, I will not short this because look at where we at now. This is where you don't want to get stuck. This is a pre-market high, pre-market where? Pre-market low, and you're in the middle. There's no trade in the middle. So you don't want to take that. Apple, just consolidating. And then, oh my goodness, this kind of day, you can just trade all day long. Wow. AMD just never disappoint. Look at this move. We capture this move. We capture this move. And then Apple, we capture this move. So it's partial there. It's still there. I still have some 50% of the position. So yeah, not bad. Not bad. All right. Let's look at an easier trade. SE, the one that we were looking at earlier. This one, I just find it a little bit hard to trust because the volume is not there. It's 1.6 million. Usually the volume is like around 3-5 million. But it did. Yeah, made its way up. The same pop as what AMD Apple did. Had that pop. But yeah, we were in that trade right there. Tesla had a little bit of a pop, but right now we are just in the middle. So is there an easy trade that we get to take? So now we just have an open position in Apple. Wow, which is still ripping higher. Amazing. Oh, by the way, Amazon did have that little bit of a curl up as well. So curl up. I just don't like that this big volume bar, the green one, is so huge. So your entry is not gonna, your entry as well as a stop loss is not gonna be as tight, which I don't like. I like a tight stop loss. So I like a tiny doji, a tiny hammer, a tiny inverted hammer, not a long wick. Apple, we're still in this position. Just nailed this. We nailed that with this, not the 1 minute, but in the 5 minutes. That was the giveaway there. This hammer. SPY. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about earlier. SPY was already down by more than almost 350 at this level. You cannot just dump SPY $5, $6. That would create a havoc in the market. Investors will be dropping off their position, so they have to defend it. As soon as they have that ATR or that average through range, they have to defend it, and that's why we get that pop. So that's what I get to see as well with the SPY. If SPY is like down by $3.50, $4, yeah, try to see whether it's giving you a good opportunity to the long, because not a lot of investors will like to see a SPY drop by a $5 because they'll be dropping their position and it's just gonna create a havoc in the market. Okay, so AMD now, although it looks enticing for the short, again, we are in the middle of this level, so no trades to take there. SPY having a little bit of pullback with that VWAP. And then we have our Apple here, which worked very, very nice. Let's see if I can call it a day. I think that's it. It's 12. I'm hungry. Tesla has a nice curl up. Coin, garbage, lots of consolidations, lots of wick. AMD, pull back now. I think it's a good time to do a recap. So let's see. Yeah, at this time, it's just, what I'll do is I'll just keep my monitor up, and then power hour, I'm gonna come back at it again and see whether it's gonna give us some opportunity. But right now, it's a good trading day. Ooh, I still am in Apple. At the sign of pullback, I'll get all my shares out. But yeah, very good day for day traders. We were able to capture the long, the short with AMD, Apple, coin was a red. So Apple can still go up here, but I just don't have the patience to wait here and just sit here. So you know what, while we're waiting for this Apple, how about let's just do a recap so we can see together what Apple is doing. So last, yes, still has some position with Apple, but let's see, with Apple, bunch of, yeah, still has some position there, but we'll wait. Let's do our recap and we can close that position anyway. So let's see here. Apple still heading higher, but we were able to nail our entry there to the long. So I don't know why Benzinga is just so quiet. Little bit of a pullback there. All right, so good. I can be out of this trade. I was just waiting for, still heading higher though. Just waiting for a good reason to get out of this Apple trade, but right now still heading higher, so we'll take it. All right, Apple is still heading higher. No reason to get out of that trade, but yeah, let's start with our recap. Oh my gosh, is it really a recap time, or there's other position that can be made? SE had a drop, coin dropped, Neo dropped. What is SPY? SPY is dropping, that's why. But Apple is going higher. Interesting. Very interesting. So with Apple, SPY heading lower. Come on, just give me a reason to get out of this trade. So that's a rejection right there, 173.79. Well, still heading higher, so we'll take it. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. It's October 20, 2023, 12:04 in the afternoon. Market did not disappoint, and I still have my Apple position waiting for my Apple to have reversed, which is now reversing. So I am just gonna exit this trade so I can focus on this recap. All right, so done with that Apple trade. So let's see here. All right, so let's do our recap. Let's see, is my screen shared? Looks like it. I have my 5 minutes, 15. All right, So, all right, good afternoon, everyone. It's October 20th, 2023, 12:04 in the afternoon. I traded a couple of stocks today, and the market did not disappoint. So, for today, bunch of trades. One, I traded AMD, Apple, Coin. AMD to the long side is green, AMD to the short side is green, Apple to the long is green, but Coin, unfortunately, to the long is a red trade. But did not want to touch Coin. There's other easier trades to take. That's why I focus on AMD and Apple. So let's look at, and yeah, I just exited my position there. I did not like that there's a big wick, and then SPY also is heading lower. So just exit my position. With the AMD, yeah, we exit there and then that drop. Okay, so let's look at Apple, since this is the trade that we just closed. All right, so sounded like we are supposed to have a news, but we're good since we have closed all our position. So let me mute the news right now so we can do this recap. All right, so with Apple, Apple is still heading higher. What I saw with Apple was this oversold. The daily looks weak still here. So you have this inverted hammer yesterday and then just the drop in Apple. So what I saw was Apple had this high of the day at 175.5 and then went all the way to 172.61. That is, we're talking about at least $3 move there, overextended. We're at the 15 minutes. There's not even any signs of reversal. Still heading higher. But when I saw that SPY is showing some weakness, SPY found this support at 421.92. That is at 11:30. Apple at 11:30 is this. So SPY found the support. Apple also found the support at 11:30 with that overextended to the downside $3 move already, and daily looking like it had found the support. I went long with Apple. So using as the 5 minutes as my entry. So the giveaway here was, look at this volume bar, big volume bar there, as well as I was calling it out that Apple is going to be a good long with a risk of 30 cents. So that's how you enter a trade. You already have your risk in mind, as well as how much of a move is the Apple can the Apple do. So 30 cents risk here. So this is stop loss entry here. And look at how we nailed this trade. With that entry right here, it did not even retest that stop loss. And we got the confirmation with that surge of buyers, with that surge of volume bar coming in. The thing that gave me a very strong conviction that this one is going to get higher is we found a big ask here. It is 30,000 shares waiting to get filled in the ask. So you know that that is very bullish. Someone knows something. Someone knows that Apple is gonna surge up, so they're not as desperate to enter the Apple trade, but they're waiting for their orders to get filled, even if that order is on a higher price. So it's a little bit counterintuitive because it's in the ask, but they're waiting for their orders to get filled, and then that's the pop that we get to see. So entered at 172.92, partial here at 173.21. When it was struggling at this moving average, just went all out at 173.73. So 73 is the last partial there, and that is almost 75 cents move. So with that, Apple, I got exactly 1,000 with Apple. And then AMD. AMD is the interesting stock today. This one, AMD, I just love the volume, the liquidity, and just look at this. It's being actively traded at a 30 million shares right now. So you can see a very smooth flow with your level 2 as well as the tape. Comparison of this is look at how quick your tape as well as your level 2 is printing. Look at SE. All of a sudden, you don't have that surge of prints, you don't have that surge of bid and ask moving. It is almost like on a hold, right? Not a lot of movements there because you don't have a lot of volume. You only have 1.7 million. Now comparing that to AMD, you have 31 million. Look at how quick your level 2 and tape is ongoing. I'm waiting for this one. This one, by the way, if it tested support right there, can be a potential for long, but we'll see. AMD. So what I saw with AMD is this 5 minutes. Looking at the daily, you always want to start with your daily. Daily looks weak. You have 2 days where it's red, and then today it had that opening where it went so strong. It was up by more than $1. R4, it reached R4, and then we developed this inverted hammer. That inverted hammer with this very odd looking strong candlestick at the 15. That 15, imagine, it moved from 101 all the way to 104, all the way to 104.3. That is already a move of at least a $3 move. So with that move, you can already tell that is the first indicator that it looks overextended to begin with. At the same time, SPY is not that strong to begin with, right? SPY at the open had that drop. AMD had that surge up. Okay, so it can also be a laggard with the SPY that AMD is heading lower. So that's why I stick with AMD. I shorted AMD at the beginning, and I did have to build up a position with AMD because that's how strong the conviction is that this thing is gonna drop. And sure enough, it did not disappoint. So inverted hammer, I started my position here, added at the shoot up. I added to my position. Stop loss here is just above that wick, and then I have to lower down my stop loss to reduce risk when I'm adding. So stop loss now is here in that wick of that white candlestick, and sure enough, it just had that drop. So partial here, partial here, partial, and then we encountered this double bottom. I went long, I got stop out there. So it was still not ready for a long. So got stop out, and then I went long again, and this time it worked. So went long. So this is my entry. This is my stop loss. Did not get to test our stop loss, and this surge up. When we find when we saw that this one was that surge up, also the surge up with the SPY, that doesn't look like it is supported by a very strong buyers because it encountered that VWAP. That's the time that I just went out of my position in AMD. So let's see here. So you have your AMD here, and that's where I started to just scale out and sell my position. And look at that. As soon as we sell our position, it just went lower from there. I'm still looking at this one. I would like to see how AMD will react once it touched this very strong support at 101.42. We do have a news coming up, so we have to consider that too. But with AMD, to the short, we were able to capture this. To the long, we were able to capture this. It gave us to the long of 1100 and to the short of 2200. So this move right here was a good move, good drop. That's what we were talking about earlier, that it is easier for the short because short can sometimes move quicker compared to the long. Long took a while for this to happen. But we were able to capture that move. So 1100 and 2200 to the short. The coin is the loser of the day. Yeah, I just have to accept that, you know, you can't predict the market 100 times, you know, 100% of the time. Went long and got stop out. So I got a loss there of 520, but overall very profitable. It still is a 3800 green trade for our 3 out of 4 green. So if you do want to see how we made that thesis, you can go back to the earlier recording. I started before 9:30. So just go back to that recording and hopefully you can get something out of that recording and out of that streaming. All right, so now, so that's all. Let's watch AMD together. Let's listen to the news. I'll turn on the news now. But if you guys have questions, please feel free to email us and check our website as well. It's called ecourseunlock.com, and in that website, you will see our syllabus. And yeah, we would like to help you guys out for any day trading questions, things that you have in mind. Just reach out to us. But that is our services and syllabus right here. So thank you so much for watching. What I'll do is I'll turn on the news right now. Let's listen to Benzinga together. I'll look into AMD, see what it'll do at this level at 101.41. It usually have that big support right there, but I wouldn't encourage you to trade at the moment when there's a news coming up, because this can easily just get you short squeeze if you're short, or this one can just drop easily. So be on the sideline when there's a news, most especially at this level that there's not really a trade to take. Look at SPY. SPY still looks weak. So with that, thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to hit the like or subscribe button so you can see our latest and greatest update on stock trading as well as our watch list. So with that, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So just turning on the news now. AMD, a lot of volume here. SPY, not a lot of volume as well. Although SPY is heading higher. Although the volume bar here is dropping when it's pushing down.
S&P 500 is down spot 77% on the last trading session this week, with the dollar around flat on the session. So analysts note that stocks are declining around the world and bonds are climbing, as well as oil hitting around $90 a barrel, amid investor concern that the Israel war with Hamas will escalate into a wider conflict in the Middle East.
So that news doesn't sound too good. I don't think AMD can defend this support right here. There's not a lot of volume for it to defend that. SPY heading a little higher in the 1 minute without the big volume bar. So how much of that push up are we talking about? We can't tell, but all we know is it's not supported by a volume bar. Still a lot of orders sitting at the bid at AMD, so that's very bearish. Coin is such a Pain plug, Amazon, curling up. Let's see what Medtronic had been doing. Just curious to see. Wow. They're just killing this stock. This stock is almost at the all-time low. I'm a little bit biased with Medtronic because that's what we use at work as well. All right, so yeah, this can just be a bunch of consolidation because look at this volume bar right here. Not a lot of excitement going on there. What's Nvidia doing? Same thing with Nvidia. Look at this curl up. So you have this curl, but not a lot of volume. Amazon, a little bit of a curl up there, but after this bunch of consolidation. So if you were patient enough, you could have gotten that move. Neo, I think the easy trade here in AMD is finished. This easy trade here, that one, this one, hard to trust. Trying to see if there's any other movement. Easy trade here already happened. Let's just see what we can see in SPY. SPY, big volume came up here, but that's a big rejection in the VWAP. Not a lot of volume now. So this one can just consolidate. You do have a bunch of bids sitting here, so that looks very bearish as well. So it will have surge up and then rejection. So let's see if that thesis will come into play. Yeah, but right now everything is just flat. AMD as well. Look at this, we tested, okay, we tested that 101.7. All right, so that would be the game plan. I'll be back at 3 in the afternoon to 4 and see if we can check some trades again. But in the meantime, if you have questions, please feel free to email me. I'm just gonna grab some something to eat. I'm starving, but I'll share my watch list. If we do find something else, then we'll call it out. But most likely, I will be back at 3 so we can do the power hour. Right now, be careful with your trades. There's not a lot of movements at this time of the day, especially 12:30 onwards. The move can start again at around 3, which is the power hour. Remember that it's a Friday, so you want to be very careful because you don't want to regret whatever trades that you have today and think about it over the weekend. So with Friday, I am very cautious as well with my trading. So with that, have a good one. I'll see you later at 3. And yeah, if you're not going to be on, then we'll do this again next time. Thank you for watching.
This has seen that Russia mulls extra gas tax to finance oil refiner subsidies.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So Biden speaks at the White House with European leaders, says he will discuss trade, steel and aluminium imports, or aluminum imports even. So just make our users aware in 5 minutes' time now at the top of the hour. We are expecting the release of the US Baker Hughes rig count numbers for the week. So the oil rigs saw a prior of 501, total rigs a prior of 622. They're seeing from Politico here that the US won't impose EU steel tariffs absent the year-end deal. So again, according to Politico, US won't impose US EU steel tariffs absent a year-end deal. So again, Baker Hughes numbers due at the top of the hour. Keep in mind, the last few weeks this data has been delayed hitting the main wires. Can be delayed sometimes upward of 5 minutes, so just a rough time for the Baker Hughes release.
Shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes data, I'll lead with the oil rig count.
Baker Hughes oil rigs 502, with total rigs at 624. So Palestinian Red Crescent says they've received a warning from Israeli forces to immediately evacuate Gaza's Al-Quds hospital, again according to a statement. Comments from Fed's Mester now says Fed's Mester says I look at a lot of data about monetary policy, including money supply. So again, Fed's Mester looks at lots of data.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Fed's Minister says the Fed has underestimated inflation levels until only recently. Fed's Minister says, I cannot say for sure that monetary policy is definitely at its peak, and repeating a comment they made earlier. Also noticing some extended downside movement in the dollar here. The Dixie's down around 0.1%. Shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility. Fed's Mester repeating that her forecasts show rates are within one hike of the peak. $102 counterparties are taking $1.139 trillion at the Fed's reverse repo operation. Just seeing that the US presses Israel to delay the Gaza invasion to win a hostage release. Also just seeing comments from Fed's Mester, says balance sheet drawdown should happen regardless of interest rate moves. So just following the release of the headline as the US presses Israel to delay the Gaza invasion to win hostage releases, to seeing a bit of strength in the S&P 500. WTI crude seeing some weakness off the back as well.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Fed's Mester says the Fed still has perhaps a couple more years of balance sheet cuts. So oil prices turning negative after rising by $1 a barrel earlier on the session. So again, this is off the back of the US as they press Israel to delay the Gaza invasion in order to win a hostage release, coinciding with some strength in US indices as well.
According to Politico, Jordan loses Republican conference vote. Republican US Representative Scalise says the Republicans will start over on Monday.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
According to a Fox News reporter, Representative Hearn is to run for US House Speaker. According to Representative Barr, the U.S. House Republicans are to weigh Speaker candidates at 6:30 p.m. Monday and vote on Tuesday morning.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
According to an interview with TRT Haber, Turkish foreign minister says the US President Biden's visit to Israel amounted to approval of destruction in Gaza.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at $2.37 a gallon. NYMEX diesel November futures settle at $3.15 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $2.89. NYMEX WTI crude November futures settle at $88.75 a barrel. That's down 62 cents or 0.69%. Brent crude futures settle at $92.16 a barrel. That's down 22 cents or 0.24%.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Stays